my name is Jacob Zoll, and today I'm super excited to get into this project. This project is called Levitating Larry. We're developing a 2D adventure game in Game Maker Studio. Now, I made a game called Levitating Larry several years ago, about 4 years ago now, when I was beginning in high school, freshman year. So if you don't know about me, if you haven't seen my videos before, I have about 6 years of video game development experience, starting about that time period. This is my first project, my first game, Levitating Larry. So in this project, what we're doing is developing a sequel to that game. And it's basically just kind of an arcade platformer-ish kind of game. You know, nothing amazing, nothing fancy, but it's a solid game. It's not, it looks decent, it's, you know, things like that. So what I'm trying to say is that we'll be developing the sequel. We're going to go over how it's done, and we'll give it a link over here to the original if you want to play that on my page here. So, you know, super excited about it, blah, blah. Requirements, Audacity, we might use a little bit. Game Maker Studio 1.4 is good. Canva is fantastic. It helps out a lot in this project with the text and everything. You'll see. Willingness to learn. You definitely have to have that, especially with a larger project like this. This isn't a huge project. The RPG we're developing is a lot larger, but it still is something. So it's a very simple curriculum. All we're doing is, first session we're doing the basic controls, objects. We're importing old sprites from the original game, so all the artwork's basically taken care of, menu screens, etc. Second session, we're having a light story added to it. We're developing a second game mode called Leap of Faith. You'll see what it is here shortly. We're doing some bug testing, and then, well, in the third session, we'll be doing bug testing, adding sound effects, music, and exporting to Android. There was actually a mishap with the third session. My first go around recording, I ran out of hard drive space and it got corrupted. So I had to completely re-record it, and I just finished that a little bit ago. And I went through a lot in the original. Imported stuff, I completed the game basically. So what I did in this re-recording is we bug tested more, we added more levels. I went over everything of what I did when I tried to record. And we also exported to Android, meaning I went on the Google Play Store and I went to my developer console. I made the images, sized them right, and I put them on the store, all on the camera. So hopefully that is insightful. And then all you need is Canva, Game Maker Studio 1.4, of course, and like some might use Audacity, depending on. It's helpful if you need it to. If you want, I was happy with the volume of the sounds in this video, in this game. But if not, you can use Audacity, and that would help out really easily. So. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope you enjoy the next few. If you have any questions, please send me a message over here or Skype me. I am here to talk if you need any help. So, thank you very much, and have a great day. Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are going to be developing a game I've been very excited about. It is Levitating Larry 2. So I made a game several years ago called Levitating Larry, and it is out on the Android device. It's on the Play Store, and it will be ported to iOS devices, in theory, once I get my MacBook in the mail, and I'll probably go through. I'm not sure which game mode to use as an example for that tutorial, but I'm going to be showing you how to port games to iOS and Android. A whole project dedicated to that. So, this is the original version of Levitating Larry that was ported to Android and then back from Android to PC. So there are a few characteristics that are very obviously not designed for PC. And I will show you what I mean in a second. Okay, so there is music. It's not very fitting for the game. That's one of the things that I don't like about this. So basically, it's a very simple mechanic. Use left and right arrow keys for a computer, and this button is to jump on mobile devices. Music, there's a few bugs like this, like the music plays, replays on each level. It starts over each level, and it doesn't fit very well, I don't think. It's something more 8-bit, I think. Also, the right arrow key doesn't even work. That's a very simple fix. Some of these things can be fixed with bug fixes. but it's been 4 years since I've had this game released that I kind of just want to make a new one. Not a new one entirely. It's going to be the same game. Basically, it's a sequel, you know, so it's might have a little bit of a storyline to it. There's another game mode in here that I have. It's called Leap of Faith that I never put in the game for some reason. And what it is you jump down and you're supposed to tap upwards to slow yourself. I'm guessing I didn't put it in because it doesn't work really well with mobile. I'm not really sure. It doesn't have a cape either. Maybe you can't jump. It's gonna fall for. I don't really know. But so we might do something like that. But really, this first session is going to be about just porting all the sprites, make a new title screen, things like that. So let's just jump right into it in this project here. I already imported some of these sprites, but not all of them. So what we're going to need to do is go into Canva, trusty Canva here, and we are going to, this is the title screen for the first game. Now this isn't exactly even, so I want to fix that, but I can't fix that in Canva. So we're going to have to do something here, and just very simply say it's Levitating Larry 2. Just add the 2 at the end, and then we'll edit the rest in GameMaker. Canva. I just uploaded this a few minutes ago. It's okay. I can forgive Canva. Say 2. Excuse me. I feel like a little hoarse today. I just woke up not too long ago, so that looks like it's standing out a bit too much. I need to see find something that's sits in the background a little bit better. What we can also do is make it a little bit more transparent so it's not. No, that doesn't look good. Could just do that, nice and simple. But I don't like the text still. See if we can find something that's kind of like I can't think of the name of the text. Let's make sure this is good camera. Okay. Kind of like not pixelated, but it's a computerized font. I'm trying to look for something like that. Not seeing anything though. Oh, True Typewriter. That's kind of like what I'm talking about. That I can deal with that. That looks decent. But overall, we can edit the rest in GameMaker. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger. Transparent background, yes. Okay, we're going to put this in the Levitating Larry 2 project file. Okay, another thing we wanted to do is we need to create buttons. So we do. If I did a friend artist developed the buttons for the last game, so nice looking. But the thing is with that is that he only has a few, and I can't replicate what he did to him. So I've got to, if I want to add more buttons, I've got to, make them all new again. So that's what we're gonna have to do, which sucks, but not the end of the world. And besides, we could just do something simple like this. Maybe we want to use True Typewriter though. Maybe that'll look good. Let's see. Not really sure how I'm feeling about that. looks a lot better, a little bit bigger. I do like the white contrast instead of the yellow. The yellow kind of fits the background of the main menu better, but we could change that as well. We might change that to like white or something. We'll see. So we're going to quit. Let's see, so we're going to do quit. I'm not sure if we're going to do save or load. That will be in another session if we do. So you know, we're going to just make the buttons just so we have them. I'm not sure if we're going to use them, but just so we have them. So we're doing it, get out of the way now. And we also are going to need, I'm going to do a leap of faith. One just in case we do that game mode. I'll do a music on and off button. Like I said, that way we have it all in case we use it all. Probably not going to use most of those buttons for a few episodes, a few sessions, or not a few sessions, but probably into the second session, maybe third. Alright, so we've got 4. So we need 3. What's going on? From? Come on. Chrome? Alright, well, what Chrome does whatever it's doing. We are just going to use what we have, I guess. So we're going to create a button, load sprite. We'll just jump into, and we'll do start 4, quit, SPR. Do the same thing. Wait, what? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on. Really? Oh, Canva. Okay, well, we're gonna have to come back to that. Sometimes, I guess, if you don't save it, it just doesn't. Actually, we'll save that. Work as well. For whatever reason. I do have this still. So title underscore SPR. So we're going to edit this. Okay, we're going to move this down. Move this over and down. Okay, we're going to copy the yellow. Looks okay. We're going to get a position right first, make it look decent, and then we're going to change the color of the background and see how it looks. That looks okay. looks alright. It could look better. Let's try the white background, see how that looks. That doesn't look bad. I mean, the yellow is kind of... The yellow doesn't look good. With the buttons being changed and everything, it's like no point in being yellow. There isn't anything else that's yellow in the main menu. So I've got to do a little bit of pixel work here and erase this yellow stuff. Okay, we're getting there. Slow and steady wins the race. Remember, these are all pixels, so it does matter like how much work you do on them, but at the same time, it doesn't matter too much. The same token, because if you zoom out, it's going to look a little bit better, if that makes sense. But it's also on a white background, so it's a little more obvious. We're halfway done with the first word. This is going to be fun. It already is fun, who am I kidding? So what I did when I made the title in the first place was I used the text function in GameMaker and just layered out the colors. So I made the text like 3, 4, 5 times in different colors to get that color. It looks kind of cool, I think. It doesn't look amazing or anything. It's definitely not a super professional main menu screen or anything. But I do think this will clean it up a bit, looking sleek and white. Like I said, the yellow doesn't really match anything anymore. The only thing that the yellow matched before was the yellow buttons, and it's kind of a silly aesthetic, I think. I don't like how the background is so bland. This is the Folus, the guy who did the art for me. On Twitter, that's his username, if you want to look him up. F0LIS. Real nice guy. So I can't really complain. Some of that was supposed to be yellow, I think. I'm not even sure. Really nice guy. He helped me do the art for the characters and stuff and the background, but the thing is, the background is he only gave me the one, which is perfectly fine. You know, I'm not blaming him for anything, of course. But that is a little bland to use on the main menu screen as well as all the levels. So we might try to edit that as well from the main menu screen. I'm not really sure. I do think what I'm doing is a little wrong, actually, because those shades of yellow, and there's only one kind of yellow that was surrounded on the border. So this is definitely part of the design in the first place. I mean, if we can get rid of hints of yellow and it still looks good, that would look nice. I don't really want yellow to be involved in this anymore. Like, I like yellow as a color, but it's a bit, the best word I think was obtuse in this design. Like, there's not really a point of it being here. It's kind of one of those things you look at, it's like, oh, yellow on a brown background. It doesn't have a great aesthetic. It's very bright. For all of you Americans out there, today I'm recording this on July 4th, so happy July 4th. If you celebrate, if you're going out of barbecues or having some drinks or whatever you're doing, you know. I am not celebrating. I'm just doing this all day, making videos and stuff. So I enjoy what I do, though. So. All right, we're almost on the first word. That looks okay. You can see the little blip there and the T, both of them. So we may add some pixels to the side of that. So I think we've already burned 20 minutes doing this alone. The Canva stuff and then this. So I apologize for how long this is taking, but it's not really sidestepping this. This is just what has to be done. But I swear to God, if I don't like the white, that's not going to be good. Just a quick update as well. I did buy that MacBook. I think I mentioned that already in another video. If you've seen them already. If you're interested in exports in GameMaker Studio, or porting games or uploading games to the iOS Apple Store or the Android Play Store, Google Play Store, I will be doing videos on those when I get the MacBook, so we did both in one video. And that should be, today's the 4th, so that should be within the next 3-4 days I should get it. Probably even on Saturday, and today's Wednesday, so to give you any idea of, we'll probably record a video the same day, but we'll see. Alright, so the first word is done. Now we've got one more to go, and this should not be too difficult. These are more straightforward letters, I think. At least the L is, so I mean. I'm also considering doing a stream soon. I am planning on buying a gaming desktop, not a gaming desktop, but a desktop with plenty of RAM. 16 gigs of RAM. Right now I've got 4 gigs, which is not cutting it. Like whenever I'm rendering videos and converting them and everything, I can't also record more videos. Now the 16 gigs of RAM would give me plenty of processing power, plenty of, you know, memory to do that, as well as do other things. Might even get a second monitor in here, things like that. I'm improving my setup very soon. I'd also be considering getting a standing desk. Be nice, good for the back. Okay, so we're almost done here. And I've said that like 3 times already, but this time I mean it, we're almost done. Yeah, one more R and a Y. These are pretty easy to do. The Y, and I think the 2 has some bits of yellow around it as well. Now in theory though, if we did want to change the color again, it shouldn't be that difficult, because we did use yellow around these letters when I made the text. So some of them changed, but not all of them changed. That's why it blended so well together. But now it's dead white. If we did change anything, it would just be like a darker white, like a gray or something, or like a light gray. something like that. Oof. Wow. I don't know why that happened. I'm guessing just the... Probably hear my mouse going crazy right now. I apologize for that. Again, not really much else I can do with that. Just gotta keep going. We're almost there. Last one. If you have any requests in any, I've said this a lot already, but if you have any requests at any time for any kind of videos or anything, I mean, you can contact me. I've got my Skype on my profile now, as well as, I believe you can just message me too. Send a message asking me to ask to clarify certain things or ask, whatever. I mean, if I get enough questions, what I can do is I can just have a live stream of like a QA event or something and just answer as many questions as possible. Or I'm still probably going to do a live stream when I get a new computer anyway, just of things like this. Except that way, if you have any questions, you can ask them live. And I can answer them live. And everybody's a happy camper. Plus, that way you guys can help me develop the game. If you wanted to, have a credit section for all the viewers on my video. Alright. A few more tiny things. Corners, I guess. I didn't even realize. Alright. Yep, got that one. Okay. So that's done. That looks decent. Looks better than the yellow. So now we just make an object out of that. So we're going to call title underscore obj. Title, okay. Create a room. We're going to make the background the normal background. We're going to stretch it. So we're going to keep looping like that, and we're going to have a title. So Canvas stop being a butt. No, that's going to have to be another session because I've got to probably restart the browser or something. It's a pain. All right. Now this is probably one of the easier projects in the grand scheme. Here's what we're doing: is we're porting from one project to another, and I've got the other project open here. So all we really have to do, if I'm not sure about how an object works, is I just look back to the other one, and I kind of want it to be the same. So that's what we're going to do. We're looking to the main object here. Okay, it's got a lot of stuff in here. So let me just make sure I've got this right. Speed of 6. And up is speed of 9. Okay, so we're going to add events. We'll do arrow keys for now. Press left. That's 6. Press right. That's 6. We're going to do release, and that's 0. up, and that is 9. Okay, so now we're going to just double check here. So the vertical speed to -1 at normal floor. Okay, so we're going to want to create an object for the floor. Normal floor underscore pj. The floor here. Solid. Okay, make sure the layer is solid here. Add collision event to no floor. Set vertical speed to -1 for some reason. And the gravity, like I said, I want it to be very similar to the way this other game works. Don't want it to have too much of a different feel. Or we'll just try this and see how that works. Oh, forgot to add the gravity block. Okay, we'll try this. Well, so far it looks good. He's not flying through the it's basically what we want him to do. He's going a little bit too high up like that. So what we're going to do is change the gravity up to point, say, we'll just do 1. See how that works. Excuse me. So what we're going to be doing is porting it. We're going to be developing it just for PC at first. Excuse me. Jeez. We're going to call this main. This is going to be the first room. We're going to make this kind of like the idea of it being not a level, but a kind of a idea of how the game works. So we're just going to have Larry kind of sitting here. When the game is on mobile, tilt control is going to be activated first thing. So you're going to be able to tilt them back and forth. So what we're going to have to do, so we don't end up killing them or wandering outside the map, so we're going to have to just build some barriers outside the room. That's good. Just was an escape. We don't want to escape. And I did want to keep that, but that's not going to be an option just because it is in yellow. It's not a big deal. Alright, so from here, let's see. here, what we can do is create another level, duplicate this, we're going to move the gravity up there. Now in the next session what we're going to be able to do is actually add things from Canva. For some reason this isn't working. I guess we use another. No, Chrome's just broken right now. Oh yeah, see, that's runner up post on event or another video, I believe. And then Levitan Larry got removed a while back because I didn't adhere to the policies, I didn't update it, I just didn't pay attention. So that got removed and I had to republish it recently, and that's only got one review. I only had 50, basically, to almost 2,000 installs, which is, you know, nothing crazy, but it was fun. So we're going to develop this now. I'm sorry, I just got an email from Canva. I thought it was about something to do with my designs. So first thing we're going to want to do is, from the player point of view, we want to show what the game is. So we're going to develop a sprite's already there. Delete. Yeah. We're going to create an object. I'm going to call it finish flag. I'm going to go to main. Object collision with finish flag, and you move to the next level under main one. The next room. I'm going to call this level 1. And really, in this level, the main goal is just to get the player accustomed to the controls and what the game is. So we're going to snap the 0, 0 so we can line it up. So we're just gonna be a very simple room. On level 2, on the other hand, will be a little bit more complex as it goes. From here. Okay, so I also kind of want to add a little bit of story to this, so we'll do that in a second, actually. Which means what we're going to do now we're going to put Larry up there. So the story is not a very, enticing story or anything. It's just a very basic storyline that the last game didn't have. So what I want to do with the story is very, very simply, this guy doesn't have his cape, so he needs to pick it up and, like you can define Larry's cape or something along those lines. And then from there, the game gets more involved with the levels. So we're going to do one of these kind of things. Okay. So we're going to create another object. We're going to call this no cape main underscore obj. Use that sprite. It's going to be solid. And we're going to do key press left and key press right. Left is going to be 6. Right's going to be 6. then if you release left and right, and from here, what I did with the other sprite was I enlarged it. It was a little big, so first of all we're going to collide with the normal floor, set this to -1. And so main large is 67 by 67. So okay, main needs to be the same. Transform, stretch, 67, 67. Okay, that's good. Excuse me again. So we do want to test the flight mechanics before the levitating mechanics before we get into that and try that. But we're also going to want to create the gravity again. Sorry, set gravity, copy and paste. Except one has to do with no-cape main. Don't mean to do that. So what we're going to do is start the game. Actually, wait. Right now, there's no way to get past this level, so but that is the last one. Nothing like a Red Bull start today. Oh, he was in the ground. Okay, I need to fix that. I need to change the sprite anyway, so it's not a big deal. Not a fan of that level. It just doesn't work very well. It's very boring. But that's okay. So we're going to change the sprite to no-cape main. Same thing at level 1. Once we get Canva working and Chrome working, I'll do that in another video because I don't want to have to go through and restart everything in this video. Other stuff to do. We're going to put like a little caption saying like, oh, you need to find your cape, and you know, things like that. But in this episode, what we can do is do another level, and there's got to be some sort of danger without his cape. We want to get substance in this game. We want like, I don't know, 20, 30 levels probably. Which isn't that hard to build, just a little time consuming. So that means we need to go create an object for restart floor _bj. Restart floor, solid. Okay, and the main collision with restart floor is jump to start. Simple as that. Okay, and now we're going to do the same thing here. Add events, collision, restart floor, and then under the jump category here, jump to start. I'm going to call this level 3. And we're just going to make a bunch of this down here. That might be a little too... might be able to make that, I'm not sure. So we'll test it out, and then level 4, we'll give him the cape. So level 4 is going to be a relatively simple level. Actually, we'll make it a little more complex of a level, and then just give him the cape. So as to solve it. So we're going to start Larry up over here. And we're going to add all this down here. Or do something like this. Go over there first. So what do I want room for 4? I want it to be relatively even. So 4, so then 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so might be a little too hard on our mobile friends. With the controls. That should be a lot better for them. You know, put the finish flag down over here. And we'll give Larry's cape up there. Which means we need to draw the sprite for the cape. Not draw the sprite. Excuse me. We need to duplicate the main large and just call this cape. Whoa, come on, game maker. Cape underscore SPR. Edit, and we are going to erase Larry. Alright, now we're going to go down here and do the rest manually. Now it kind of looks like wings if we just leave it like this, and we don't want to leave it like wings, so we're going to have to kind of condense them somehow. Alright, so we're going to take this color, and we're going to try this first and just see how it looks. Not really a fan of how it looks, but it could work as a placeholder. Call this cape underscore RBJ. Cape solid. So what's going to happen is when no cape main collides with cape, you go over here to change instance under objects, and it changes into main OBJ. Yes, borrowing objects. So we're going to go to level 4 here. I didn't click a button. And we're going to bring the cape down here. Oh my god, there's still an outline of Larry. Wow. Well, I'll try it, see how it works. Alright, Larry can't jump up and down like planned. Little, ooh, no level, okay. He's going a little slow anyway, so we're going to go over to the main object, press left and right, moves up to 8, and 8, and we gotta make him finish the level as well. So collision with finish flag, and go to main 1, next room. That's better. That works, cool. So we are going to want to change out the main menu. He's stuck there. Now on the mobile version, you won't be able to tap. Actually, you know what? I might as well change that. Oh, I didn't mean to hit play. I meant to save, but okay. Another thing we're going to do, no cape main. When he collides with the cape, we want to destroy the cape on the ground. So he picks it up, so it's not there anymore. I wanted to mess with the collision with the normal floor, because it says theoretical speed -1 for some reason. I'm not sure why. And then it makes him vibrate. I think that's why it does that. I'm not sure why it was set to -1. That's definitely a fix that needed to be made. Looks like he might be stuck. I'm not sure. He worked a minute ago. Oh yeah, he's only stuck though. Alright. It does say Flappy Larry up here, by the way. I am making a Flappy Bird similar game called Flappy Larry. With Loyalty and Larry involved, obviously. Not sure when I'm going to do the project. I started doing it yesterday, but I ended up finishing it. Barely started. Just got caught up with a glitch, and just kind of gave up, to be honest. He's kind of stuck too. It's not a big deal. I'll figure it out, and then I'll make some videos on it. I just didn't want to do this, so I was a little too excited. I started this instead. So we're going to change that in a second as well. Might be a little hard for mobile players, a little too hard for the beginning of the game. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete this one right here. Because they're going to be tilting their phone back and forth. So, main, that's what we need to do. Collision, so the vertical speed is 0. Not negative 0, so that's a negative 0. Oof. I don't know if that would have actually ran. Alright, so let's see if Chrome's working now. Nope. Wow, okay. That's worked right away. Okay. Sucks. Oh well. Okay, so we're gonna call at the end of the episode, or the end of this session here. We are about an hour into it, I think. And we've done a lot already. So we've come up with the main title screen, kind of. We're getting near the buttons. Canva kind of crashed on us. Chrome kind of crashed on me. We need some buttons in here. We did some pixel art of this. Doesn't look bad. I think it looks alright. It's homage to the original because I did use a white background years ago, before the final version was released, and things like that. So it does look decent, and I do think this quit button looks alright as well. So we are going to continue development with this, mostly focus on level design, maybe add a save load feature, a little bit more of a story, maybe the extra game mode, things like that, and then I might port it to Android as well, because I don't have a MacBook yet, so I might just port it to Android while on camera, just to show you how that works. Actually, let's do this quickly. We'll change the global game settings. Project info, it's rotating Larry 2. Okay. We're going to save as rotating Larry 2. Alright, so thank you very much for watching. In the next session we'll be going over a bit more. Probably we'll finish up with Canva, with the buttons and everything, get all that worked out, and then we will also maybe add some sounds, things like that. So thank you very much for joining me, and have a great day. Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with our Levitating Larry Session 2 game. So we're about to show you where we left off in the previous session, Session 1. Just a heads up, this video is going to be a little weird. It's going to be a little different than normal. I'm narrating over the previous video. It was the sound is too distorted. It's very echoey. You may have noticed this in my older videos, but overall it is okay. So here you see we have the first few levels here, Levitating Larry 2, which we developed in Session 1. And from here, what we are doing, we are going to, a lot of things we'll be doing this in this session are to do with images. Because I remember in the first session, what happened was the my Canva page wasn't working properly. So what we ended up doing was refreshing it, and I had to close out Chrome entirely and then restart that between sessions. And so we're making buttons in this session for the most part. So we're adding a start button there. We're adding the music on and off button. And for our Leap of Faith game mode, we are adding a button for that as well. So that'll be something a little bit different. Now keep in mind we're making sure all of these are transparent backgrounds on top of the button. What I'm using for the button itself, the blue part, is just a previous sprite that I used for the first Levitating Larry, which we went over in the first session. But the transparent background is very nice feature of Canva, which is one of the main reasons why I use it. So we can just jump in and use these as actual buttons in the game instead of having all the white background, which we could use still. We just have to erase it all manually in GameMaker Studio, which would not be very fun. Be a little more annoying than anything. So before the video started, if I remember right, I did create this. I think we already put it in the game. Not 100% sure. So we're going here, we're adding all of the files to the appropriate folder so then we can import the sprites into our game. Now we are also creating a new project, a new image here on Canva. One thing you want to keep up to date with as well, if you're interested in more GameMaker Studio tutorials and how-to videos and everything like that, you can take a look at my channel here on LiveEDU. I have a new project that just launched today for me, which is it's an RPG. It's a top-down 2D RPG. Part 1 and Part 2 are both out now. Some other projects are coming their way soon, and we'll be sure to, if you have any questions or comments or anything, make sure to message me or add me on Skype or something, and if you want to see live streams, let me know, things like that. So now we're adding little text for the character so that we can see exactly, or that we can talk to the player indirectly. We can have a little bit of text on the screen saying this is Larry, you're going to do this to control your character and everything like that. So we're changing the design title so it's easier to organize. Almost forgot to change the color to white because the white background fits better on our background in the level itself. Make it transparent again. And we're going to add it to our folder and then import it into GameMaker Studio. Just want to create some sprites. This is u_SPR. We're just going to load the sprite because it is transparent, and we can just use it directly. But we don't like the font, so we're going to change the font a little bit to something a little bit more accurate for our game. And we're going to test that and see how that looks as well. So now we're turning into an object, and this is u_obj. going to go into level 1 here. We're going to make the text a little closer to the character. And there you go. It's as simple as that, really. Now you have a little bit of substance in the game. I've said this a lot in my other videos, but the text you have on the screen between the font size or the title of the game or any little thing like that really makes a big difference of your game. It makes an absolute huge difference on what you're doing, on the perspective that the player sees the game in, things like that. It's really a huge thing in games. First impressions aren't everything, but they definitely give the player a certain feel of the game before it even begins. So right now we're doing the global left pressed and left release buttons. So what that means for mobile is that you can click anywhere on the screen, you're going to jump up and down, or you're going to jump up and then fall back down. Because in the previous version of Levitating Larry, Levitating Larry 1, which I showed you in the first session, it is a little harder to do. Sorry, lost train of thought for a second. It's a little bit harder to set up because we have a actual jump button on the bottom of the screen. So you have to tap that explicitly. Whereas the way we have it set up now, what's going to happen is we are going to be able to tap anywhere on the screen and jump. So instead of having to hit that one button, you can hit whatever, any part of the screen. So we're making this text black to make sure that we got it right. And we're adding a little bit of exposition, a little bit of storyline. Not much, very light story. So you need to find your cape. That is the mission. So I'm going to save that again. We didn't change the title. We should have, but we didn't. So we put that in the folder, and then we're going to import it as well as a sprite. We're going to call it nocape_SPR. We're going to load a sprite. And we're going to find it and figure out which one is the right one. And we're going to do the same thing for our object. nocape_obj. Give it the right sprite. And we're going to place it in the level. Now, like I said, a lot of even small things like this really make a big difference in the game. Positioning, placement, just a lot of small things add up too. So, from a game development standpoint, from a game development logic standpoint, it's very important to know these kinds of things with when you're making a game. Very important. Alright, so now we're doing another one. That is a little bit confusing in this video, the storage and everything for me moving around files and stuff. But in the future videos, I have already cleaned out my hard drives and I have separated, organized it, and things like that. So it will be easier to follow a little bit more in the future. For a little bit of a blurb here, we just called it gravityfriend_SPR. So in turn, it's going to be gravityfriend_obj, which turns into this object here. So just text for this one, it's gravity is not your friend. But obviously we've designed this level so you can beat it without the flying, levitating. So you're going to be able to just fall right over, assuming you're going full speed. So we're adding a little bit more. Make it a little bit, make it look a little bit more challenging, I guess. So going to save it first, and then we're going to play it to test it. Alright, let me just make sure this is recording properly. It is, okay. Alright, just making sure. Sorry. There's one jumping in here. Okay, go up, 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 up. Alright, and that works. So we're duplicating the level here. We're creating another object here for fake floor OBJ. It's going to be the same sprite as the restart floor, but this one's just going to be fake, so you don't actually get hurt by it. You just walk right through it, basically. And I made a mistake there. We're actually not going to make any collision event because it's not colliding with it. There's nothing happening. It's just a visual thing. This is one of the more tedious parts of this whole process, is some of the level creation. Even though it is 32 by 32 snap, it's still a little bit harder to, more time consuming, I mean. In my RPG project, those are a bit more tedious. We've got tiles in that, as well as they are 16 by 16. So they're not only hard to do, or time consuming to do, but there's a lot of them. A ton of them. It's double the amount of these. I can see they're all fake floors. So we're trying to make it look a little bit believable, because we just did the gravity, it's not your friend thing. So we're going to try and see how make the player think that, like, okay, well, let me try to jump over this. And they can't, so. Let's see if we figure this one out. So we downloaded that as a transparent image, and we are going to load into the game shortly for that level to make it a little bit more of a playfulness to it from the developer to the player, a little more personalized, personified a little bit. And this, we're also going to have this little thing, wow, you found it, for the flag. Make it nice and easy. We're also going to be doing buttons soon as well. Now, a lot of this empty audio and empty time in this video, I apologize for. but it's a little bit different from when I was actually making the game, because I was rambling a little bit about certain things within the game, which now I really can't do, because the audio is so distorted and echoey that I can't really understand it, which obviously if I can't understand it, you're not going to be able to, and that's not going to work. Alright, and we're going to have this little playful thing as well. So really I'm just doing my best here to narrate it, just to clarify. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a little bit more of a quiet video compared to the previous videos. I understand that, but that is how it's going to have to be, because there's no way I can redo this. All this progress again. In the future, I should probably record session-based video or project files, just in case something like this happens. So what we just did was we have the sprites in here already. We create an object for off switch 1 underscore obj, and we're doing on switch 1 underscore obj. So we're getting this one button into action here. I'm going to make the switch wall underscore obj. It's going to be the switch wall here. I'm making a solid as well. Make sure to check that solid button. Solid checkbox, I mean. And switch top wall, make another switch as well, underscore obj. These are going to be the switches that are being controlled by the buttons, or button. So we're going to create another sprite. For our dialogue. I'm going to call this figure it out underscore SPR. We're creative. And underscore or figure it out underscore obj. And we're going to make a few more sprites regarding the same things. Alright, so I call this one, I don't think it's saved properly, so I think that's what we are messing with now. That's what it is. Sometimes Canva doesn't really save things unless you like click off the canvas. A little bit of a pain, but it is what it is. There we go. Tap anywhere underscore SPR. And then we're going to make an object, obviously the same thing, and you know, it's all pretty self-explanatory once I've done it 2 or 3 times. So now we're going to make a collision event with the button. So collide with the off switch. We're going to change the sprite of the off switch. No, sorry, we're changing the instance of the button from the off switch onto the on switch. We're also going to want to delete the switch wall, switch top wall, as well as the switch wall, just for this character. Usually I'd have 2 different buttons for that. We'll get to that later. But we're deleting both because of the no cape main. You know, it's easier for the player just to hit one button. Not really much of a platformer, you can't levitate right now. Alright, so, and then we're also going to create a new sprite. Figure out which one says, you know, wow, you found it. have to go back into Canva because it didn't save either. So we're typing it in here. We're going to make sure, okay, it's good. We're going to make sure it saves. So the unsaved changes right now in the upper left. So there we go. Now it's saved. So we're going to do transparent again. And we're going to go back here. And create wow OBJ. So then we're going to have this happen. Wow. It's going to create an instance of wow OBJ. Except we want it to spawn at on switch 1 underscore obj dot x and then on switch 1 underscore obj dot y, except we're going to be doing minus 50 pixels, 30 pixels. We're changing it. Put in 50 now. Just we can go back up to it'll spawn above it. So I'm sure you're familiar with the X and Y axis. Obviously, that's how that works. So we're repopulating this room right now. Now, one thing in GameMaker Studio, I believe it's holding Shift and Control down, make it very easy to add a bunch of objects at once with GameMaker. And that's obviously what I'm doing here. So we're gonna drop in the button. We're going to change the axis. We did the snap to 1 to 1, so we can make it a little more accurately placed in the ground there. And we're going to continue to develop the level. And we're going to add this switch wall there, as well as this other switch wall. We're at the cape right in the middle there. And then when we hit the collision event over there, we're going to see that wow you found it thing pop up, which should look pretty good, pretty cool. Alright, we're gonna go in here. Main. Never mind. Sorry, this is a little hard for me. I work very quickly and I work very strangely at times. I know. I'm like a tap anywhere. OBJ. what we're doing is we're spawning instructions at cape underscore bj minus 50 pixels, so that it pops up and says how you're supposed to even use the cape. And then we're also going to put this text in here. Let's see if we figure this one out. And this level here with the fake blocks. We're going to name this level 5. We're going to jump in here. We're going to play it, see how it runs. Alright, so we're going to test it. Lost the ability to levitate without your cape. First objective, find it. It says gravity's not your friend. And let's see if we can figure this one out. And you can just drop down there. So now this should work. Now what's happening is the text seems to be coming in way too low. And that is because the... So what we just did was we moved level 5, it's the first one. That way we don't have to go through the rest of the levels to test it. But what's happening is the text is 500 by 500 pixels, if you remember from Canva. So it's spawning beneath it, because it's starting at the very top, which isn't exactly helping. I think it's 500 by 300 actually, but still, it's not helping. So this is gonna, all we did was we cropped it, and we created a new image. Accidentally got in there. Do the same thing with the wow, because this is even worse. Wow, huh? Yeah. So we're going to delete that, and we're going to paste it again, and it'll come just sized like we cropped it. So I'm going to test it again. It should work correctly this time. Alright, that's good. The first one's good. The second one spawns a little too high, and it's too far to the right to do anything. Or to be in the proper field of view, is what I mean. So we're going to make this -70, or -70, sorry. And we're also going to move it over a bit left as well, 20 pixels. I don't think 20 pixels is quite enough, but that is what we're going to try for now. Actually, that was the wow, I believe, so that should be okay. And that's -80 by -50. Or -80 and -50. For Y and then X. There's this one fly flying around my room. I don't like it. Alright, so that's good. For the most part, that still needs moved over a lot further to the left. We do want to move this over a little bit. I think we're trying to get it completely centered. But then the cape information, that's Tap Anywhere sign, we are going to want to move that over substantially, which we just did with -100. So we're going to play this now again and see how this works. Alright, well that's better, and that's still a little too far. Alright, so now we're going to test it again. That's getting better. It needs to be a little higher and a little more to the left. So So we're going to go back over to the main object. And making sure we're still recording. A little recordingception there. We're still trying to get that centered. And this has to be up a little higher, so make it 110 instead of 80, and this is gonna be 220 left. So it doesn't need to be over much. Doesn't need to be over too much to the left, just a little bit, because it was a little bit into the wall there. So we're gonna go there. That's better. It's pretty good. And that's all right. I mean, I mean, it's not the best, but it works. And let's do a little more recordingception here and make sure we're recording well. Okay, that's fine. All right. That's good. That works. That works well. I'm going to make sure I think he was a little bit stuck, so we want to make sure he's able to move around a little bit. Now we're going to add in the buttons for the game itself. So we're going to have the start. We're going to add the quit. And then I remember I already have the quit button. Leap of faith. Underscore SPR. That's how I just organize things. Really, you don't. I've seen a lot of people do like obj underscore whatever and then SPR underscore. Really, it is just preference. That's just how I prefer to do it. Call this music underscore SPR. And we're going to start making some objects of these. Start OBJ. And we're going to add a mouse left pressed event to it, which all it's going to do is go to next round. Simple. We are going to add one for the quit, which obviously is very simple as well. I believe I'm looking for the end game. Yeah. So, left pressed, end game. This isn't really for mobile. That's not going to do much for mobile. That's for PC, really. Leap of faith underscore SPR. Now we are designing the game for mobile devices, but I accidentally named it SPR. We're designing for mobile devices, but really it's meant to be played on PC. I do get to a point where I go through the process of uploading it to the App Store or the Play Store, but it just doesn't work too well. So I end up eventually, shortly after, a few days later, I ended up removing from the store. There's a lot of bugs I've got to fix, which I will get to eventually. A little confusing timing-wise, I know, because the next video, Session 3, I recorded the same day I recorded Session 2, and Session 1, I believe. Whereas this recording right now, this is a re-recording, so this is the most up-to-date out of all of these. I recorded all of these, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. It's the 12th today, July 12th. So, all right, so we're gonna make sure they're all even as much as possible. We're gonna have the start button, the quit button, and the music button. Leap of faith and the music on and off button don't apply yet because we don't have a leap of faith game mode yet. We don't have the music yet. Wave start and wave stop though. And that works now. We position him in a good place so he can actually move around. Quit button works, which is good to know. Alright, so we're creating a new group here for the Leap of Faith game mode, actually. So what we're doing is same thing we do to the other one, basically. Except we're changing the room size, we're making the background, we're stretching it just like we do at the beginning of the other rooms. And we're going to settings and we're going to change this because the Leap of Faith is going to go downwards because we're leaping. Progressively, what I'd like to do as well is make some of the other levels in the future a little bit longer, like a little bit further down. Okay, so that's good. We just created a view. That should work. We're messing around with views for a little bit because I couldn't figure them out 100% when I did this video. So we're still out of here, creating this Leap of Faith level. I know some of these parts are very boring, and I apologize, but there's not much I can do about it. I guess I could skip through a little bit of it, but I might do that a little bit, depending on how tedious this gets. This is the important part. The outside border of the level is not very important to watch, but this part generally is kind of important, at least. It's, not this part, the bottom of the level, but like the obstacles in the middle of the level, because this is to do with level design. It's good to know stuff like this, the platformers and stuff. Not claiming I'm an expert or anything with it, but that is good to know, some of this basic level design stuff. So what we're doing is we are making the finished flag over there. We're going to drop him in the middle. Well, Larry's right there, so. And we're going to adjust him so that about the cape. And when you hit Leap of Faith, you want to go to Leap 1, which is in its own folder now for the Leap of Faith game mode. I think I've said this already before, but if you have any suggestions at any time for videos for me to do in the future, of what games you'd like to see developed similarly in GameMaker, like if you want to see a clone of, not a clone, but how to develop a game like Terraria or Minecraft, or just basically any ideas that you have. I can't promise I can do every one, or I will do every one of them, but it doesn't hurt to ask. So we're going to create a back button here. So we're going to do back_SPR. We're going to create a new object, or a new sprite. We're going to edit it, make it 120 by 120. But very simple. All we're going to be doing is developing an arrow. So we're going to figure out how to do the arrow mechanics, because I forgot how. Realize it's bad. And then make an actual arrow. There we go. Perfect. So now what we are going to do is create a black box around it and make all of this black. So be entirely black and then the white in the middle, so it's nice contrast on the background. And we're going to turn that into an object. Back underscore obj. I didn't have this feature in the first obfuscating layer, which I should have. This is a nice little feature. It doesn't look the greatest, but it's okay. So we're going to, the back button will just bring it back to the main menu. So we're going to put that in the upper right hand corner. Just gonna make sure it's lined up right. Zooming in, look at the pixels. That's good. Make the back button as well over here, except we're not gonna leave it there, we're gonna put it somewhere else. Let me skip through this part. So basically what I tried to do is make it persistent, and it wouldn't work in that position down there. So what we are going to do, or what we have done, in theory, I believe we've done it already, is we have made it persistent and moved it across the map. So make a new object, call it finish leap underscore obj. The sprite is going to be the finish flag, and all this is for when the player hits the, collides with the finish flag and leap. I'm going to go to the next level. So I think what we decided to do was just use a normal flag and just have them collide with the normal flag, and it just goes to the next level. So in this case, if you hit it, it should just bring you, there should be an error on the screen because there's no next level to go to. A few things we need to work out. We need to figure out the views. We need to fix that, and we also need to restart the level instead of what it's set to right now is teleport to the main, to the original point, to the starting point, which is a problem because it's not working. What you're doing is you're getting like inertia, I believe. When you die, you're just going to keep flying back down, and eventually you're going to go through the floor. Not exactly a good mechanism to have. So what we need to do is have it restart the level instead of. These are working just very poorly, very slowly, not responsive at all. Messing with views right now a little bit. These are getting better, but obviously they could still use some work. Alright, it's loading, compiling. Try this again. Getting better, slowly, but getting better. can't go wrong with putting him a little too high. The gravity will hit him, bring him to the ground. Now, I don't know why I thought that this would help, this would fix it. It wouldn't really, just going to get stuck more, so we're going to fast forward a little bit. So we're compiling it again, I'm going to test something else. Well, it tells you we didn't really reset that. So what we did, instead of the collision event with the restart floor, teleporting to the start of the level, instead of that, what we did was just restart the entire level, which is what fixed that initial problem. But now the views are an issue still. We're trying just every different variable just to see what works, see what's what. A little bit better, but not quite what we're looking for. So that did work. We'll say that. It gave us an error because what we did was try to go to another level that doesn't exist. So that did work. Sorry, I'm also at the same time a little bit of paperwork checking off right now. I try to keep meticulous records of all my videos I'm uploading and working on and everything like that. Try to. So we changed it up a little bit again, and now we're going to jump back in and try it for a 10th time, 20th time. So that doesn't work. So changing the HSP and the VSP isn't going to change anything. Staying at -1 is perfectly fine. The HBOR, the HBOR, and the VBOR are going to be the ones that change it. So I'm not, I don't have a lot of experience with this right now, so I'm messing with that. So here what I'm doing is I'm adding code from the previous game for tilt mechanics in the mobile version, which do not work. I would not recommend using those, but I realized that a little too late because I tried to compile it on my Android and it wouldn't work. The Game Maker is being silly; it wouldn't register it as a device. So this is not going to actually work. So we're going to skip forward here. Right now, this is where I come to the realization, because one of my old games where I open up Runner Up, I'm looking at the views. And -1, -1 for HSP and VSP, but then HBOR and VBOR are different. So we're going to try a new measurement here. 500, and we're going to try 500 just to see exactly what that is. We're going to make this back -1. Alright, that's good. This view works a lot better than the other one. And it's going to give us an error because, you know, there's no other level. So I think we're going to adjust it a tad, just to make it look a little bit better. But I actually turn my volume down. I apologize for that. Okay, so we're just about done here with this session. Alright, so we're adding some text here to the Leap of Faith game mode. Just introductory text. Doesn't hurt anything, and might as well, right? It gives a little bit of a dialogue between the player and the developer. Again, just like the previous modes. Alright, so we're going to download that. Okay, good luck, and we're just going to fast forward a little bit here because this stuff is really not needed to know, so we've already done a lot of this. So all we did was we turned them into, from sprites into objects, and we're just adding them into the level now. And this stuff isn't stuff that I think you need to see because it's very obvious how it's done at this point. I mean, you've seen how it's done plenty of times. But I do want to show you what it looks like in the level because in the next session, you might be a little confused if you see some stuff that's there that wasn't there before. So we are developing level 2 here. I'm just going to fast forward through this a little bit. So we're just creating little obstacles and moving things around. And really that's all this session is. When it comes down to it, I apologize for the inconvenience of it being a re-recording. I know it's a little awkward. Not awkward, but a little odd, a little harder to follow. But this is the first time it's happened so far, and I've made a decent amount of videos already. And I fixed the issue. It's not an issue anymore, but it acted up for some reason, and that's why I have to do this. But hopefully this will happen again. I'll probably keep backups of project files and stuff so I can just re-record if I needed to. So if you need any help or questions, comments, concerns, suggestions... Hello everyone, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are going to be back at it with Levitating Larry 2, our 2D adventure platformer game. Now this video is actually a remake. So we left off in session 2. We had 5 levels done for the main game, and 5 done for the Leap of Faith mode. Now something happened with my recording session for the 3rd session, and I ran out of hard drive space while I was recording, which I have an external hard drive. It should have been set up to that, but it wasn't. So what happened left us with a corrupted file, which I tried to repair, but I couldn't repair. So, I mean, it sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I'll just have to record this session here. I already did a lot of the game. The game is finished, just about. So what we can do in this video is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over what I did, and then I'm also going to upload it to the Android Play Store. So first of all, let's just jump into the game itself. Let's lower the volume too. So we'll jump into the game just so you can see exactly what's been done. We did upload some music. I'll turn it back up a little bit. This is the main menu sounds, which you can see underneath the sounds here. We've got a few different sounds. We've got the die sound, menu button, end game sound, or end level sound, that's what that is, win game sound, sound for the button when you pick up the cape, and the main menu sound. Now all of these files are going to be with the project when I upload it to LiveEDU. I'm going to attach this whole project folder so you can mess around with everything in here. And then all I did with all the events was just let me turn this back down. All I did with the initial events is we already have them all set up, right? Over here. So, for example, finish flag, when you go to the next room, you're going to hit the end sound first, which is the room. And then same thing with the die, and then the off switch. What we did with this as well was I changed instances of them into other objects with no events on them. So this off button, the red one, switches to the on switch with no variables in it, and no events, no collision events, nothing. That way the character just walks over it. Switch wall, nothing new there. And the button, the same thing with the second button. And the win game flag, what we actually did was we created a win game sound. We created a firework, and then we had some text above it from Canva. That we did in the last video, we did a bunch of that. So we'll just jump into the game, and I'll play it. I'll turn the volume up so you can hear the sound effects a little bit better. This back button, I think that we did it in the last session. But what that does, go to the main menu anytime. What we also did was, like I said, I can't remember if we did this in the second session or the third, but I have to re-record now. But we copied the main room. So anytime you go back, pressing the button over here, until you go back to the main menu, it doesn't duplicate the music, because the music starts in this room with a create event right over here for the music. So, and there's a little bit of a storyline. This is your Larry, tilt device, this is an Android and iOS, but I don't have my MacBook yet, so. Gravity's not your friends. And then a button here, well, we found it, and then kind of silly sound effect when you get the cape. So then you gotta, we're only, I think, 4 levels in, 5 levels in now. There's 10 levels, we might add some more levels before we publish it to the Play Store. The process is going to take a little bit of time, nothing crazy. Now in the mobile version, but for the tilting mechanics, you're not really going to be able to get up there. I know there's a storm outside, I apologize for the sound. You're not going to be able to get through here with the mobile version because of the tilt controls. But all of that should be fake. Ooh, I have to fix that. Okay, that should, well, that block right there, all this is fake, except that one block there. Everything else is pretty straightforward for the rest of it. I want to get to the end of the game so I could show how it was done. Okay, so you see here, it changed to another object, so you can't. The glitch that we were having. A glitch that we were having was if you stayed on the button, it wouldn't. It would keep making the sound. Now there are a few things in this level we have to fix as well. This is the last level. That's a timer up there. The gravity affects the black square. And then once you do that, hit that, congratulations, you win. That thing drops. When that collides with the floor, you go back to the main menu. So let's go fix those things right now. Which level was that? That was level 6. I hit 7. No. That's 8. Oh wow, all that is real. It's supposed to be fake. 32 by 32. Go back to object, fake floor. Again, how the timer works, it's very simple. All it is a two squares, two blocks, two 32 by 32 blocks. And one of them is affected by gravity. And the other one isn't, it's just there. Okay, there we go. One of them isn't, it's just there. So we go to the gravity object here. We have gravity set for three different things. We have gravity set for the main object, for the no cape main object, and then for the ball, which isn't really a ball, it's just a square. I called it a ball, I don't know why. So it's gravity at 0.1, and then once you hit the finish flag, the win game flag here, once the main character hits the win game flag, it plays the in-game sound, creates a firework, creates the instance of the text above him, and then it destroys the flag and the ball. It destroys the flag and it destroys the ball fall, is what it's called. That's the light blue underneath it. So we're gonna make those invisible by tapping invisible there. Hoping the storm isn't too bad for this recording. I don't have to record that again. And then on the last level as well, we want to delete all of this because that's where the back button goes. Alright, so we'll jump back in and we will play Leap of Faith. Okay, here we go. This button also works now. It's a very simple mechanic. See this button here? No. So I create another object for that. So there's two of them. Oh, sorry, where is it? Music on and off. So you left press and it changes into music on, which is this one. It's literally the same thing, just a different object. And then it turns the music off. And then when you press this one, it turns it into the other one, and then it turns the music back on. It's very simple. Leap of Faith. Okay, welcome to Leap of Faith. Take a leap. I changed some of these levels as well since the last session, I believe. I'm pretty sure I did. This one's the same, actually. Maybe I didn't, I can't remember. These three are the same. Oh, wow, okay. And this is all invisible here. You can go up to the side, but in mobile it's going to be very, very, very hard. And this is the last level in Leap of Faith. So go over here, hit this button. Now if you do go too far, you will hit the edge of the map. So what we're going to do, we're going to change that. I'll show you how it's designed in a second. I'll just show you how this level is accomplished and how it's designed, because we developed this level in the last the corrupted version. So then we have an invisible block right around here, and it falls down. And that's the game. Fairly simple. I was going to show. Oh wait, fix the Leap 6. All right. Oh. So it's designed like this, outside the room boundaries, so that if you fall outside or if you touch outside, you're gonna die. Which isn't a terrible thing for Leap of Faith, because it is a kind of game like that, or game mode like that. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna block it off like that, so you can't die from the button. Especially on mobile, you're gonna be tilting left to the right. But there is a glitch. You can hug the wall if you like hold down the left arrow key or right arrow key. On mobile, probably a very similar glitch. So you're gonna hug it, and I don't want that to happen in Leap of Faith, because the whole point is you're supposed to stay in air until you get to the bottom. And here's the timer. So gravity hits the black, it falls on here, and it gets stuck until player hits the win game flag. The win game flag is destroyed and also destroys this, and also creates fireworks and stuff. And then the gravity does this, the collision event with the black to the floor, and then launches you back to the main menu. That way we have a timer. So that's basically the game. I don't think there's much else that we did in the last session. It took a bit more time to do the session because I went and I created each of the individual texts that you saw. LOH1, LOH2, 3, return, etc., etc. Some of the stuff was just figuring stuff out, testing, bug testing, certain things. So, let's see, we're going to do... So we're going to develop some more Leap of Faith levels. But how we're going to do this is we're going to keep that one as the last level. So we're going to duplicate this room and we're going to edit based on this room. And then from here we will... I'll move Larry this time. So we'll build levels in between the functionality. I mean, we'll build levels in between the winning one, just so we don't have to mess with the timer again, because the timer is a little bit of pain, because you don't want to be too long, and I can't change the gravity because it's in both rooms. I can make 2 different objects and 2 different times do that, but that's just much more work than it needs to be done. It is raining cats and dogs outside. I was trying to avoid recording a video last night. I was going to redo this video then, but it was July 4th, so there was fireworks going off like crazy. Alright, so we're going to make Larry up here this time. Just to change of pace. I am actually going to unplug my power cable, my charger, just because I've been noticing a little bit of a difference in brightness a little bit with the storm. Thunder gets real loud. My audio interface, on the other hand, I think it's plugged into the wall as well, so I don't think so. Actually, I don't even know. Alright, whatever. So what we're going to do here, I think we'll do something like this. We'll have Larry get on top of this here. Start Larry off over here. You know what, I think we are going to do the Leap 6 a different room. We'll keep Leap 6 after this one, but we'll make the final level after that, so we're going to have to mess around with that, which isn't a big deal. But, okay, so that's, and then I believe it's the blue button for this one. Because what I want to do for some of the other levels, I want to make this level longer. You know what, so we're going to do this actually. We're going to move Loop 6 back over here. We're going to delete that, and all of a sudden this becomes normal level. So we're going to normal finish flag. We'll have it extended. I was going to add some more levels in the update, but actually having that corrupted file was not fun, but this does allow me to experiment a little bit more. I'll make this 2300. That way I can make more levels now. I'll make it 2,500 before we upload it to the App Store, to the Play Store, and that way we don't have to do too much work when it's live. I can just make it live. I can do that. I don't think I'm going to go over advertisements in this video. I might put them in the game, but I'm not going to go over it just because that is a decent subject to talk about, and I don't even really know right now. I used to use this thing called Playhaven to input my ads into my games, but that service is outdated, I think. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think it's updated for sure, and it wasn't ever installed in my games right. So when I go over, I'm going to have a whole video on exporting games to iOS and Android once I have the MacBook here, which should be here, what's today? Today's Thursday? Should be here within the next, like, 2 days. So I'll probably record a video the day I get it, maybe the day after. And in that video, I will be talking about advertising, as well as everything else involved with mobile development. So, alright, so we got this done. I want to have another button down here too. Will be a little bit of a pain this level. First of all, let's do this. Very clear boundaries there. Something like this. So we'll do that, I think. We'll fill those in. We'll put normal floor down over here, and normal floor down over there. I'll have a button over there, and we'll have switch up here. That looks better. I'll have the finish flag over there, button over there. I'm going to fill these in. And there we go. We'll do that for this level. The most time consuming part of these Leap of Faith levels is just the time it takes to put in, filling these things in and doing things like that. Once we get to 10 of these levels, we are going to bug test the game, and we're going to just make sure everything's running fine. Any last minute things we want to add, and then we will upload it to the store, App Store or Play Store. And so I was trying to, in the last session I tried to record, I was going to use my old Android device and port it directly there, where via USB, which in GameMaker you can, once you have an export to Android, you are able to just straight port and through the USB cable, and so you can test it on your device before you publish it to the store. But it's not working for some reason. It's not detecting the device. It's probably something wrong with the device. So what I'm going to do is when I get it on the Play Store, in my own time, I will test it and make sure it runs fine and everything. It should, because it's got the same code as the original Libertine Larry. Okay, so we're going to make a finish flag here. We'll have a red button over here. A lot of these levels are going to be easier on PC than they are on mobile, just because what did I call this? Did I call it Leap 6? Leap 7. Oh, okay. I thought I named it Leap 7. Okay, no worries. Leap 8. Right. So now we gotta delete all of it. And well, okay, once we delete all of it this time, we're going to just copy the level. I don't think there's a way I can mass delete things. Oh, what room is this? This is room 8, so we've got 3 more to go, 8, 9, and 10. I was considering doing more levels in the single player mode, or not the single player, but the main mode, the story-ish mode, but I'm not too worried about that. I don't know why I never implemented the leap of faith mechanic in the last game. Levitating Area 1. This game definitely runs a lot smoother now. Make sure it's still recording. Alright, let me just make sure. Let's see. Alright. It's just making sure it's recording still in the my external hard drive. Don't have this one corrupted too. Alright, so this one will be the same height. Then this one will be, say, 3,000. So an 8, 9, and then the last level will be, we'll make this one 3,500. Okay, so we're going to call this 8. Alright, we're going to do this. Okay. How many is that? It's 3, 6, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I think it looks like the storm's clearing out. It sounds like it is, at least. Alright, so then that's just basically done. Just a little bit different here. We'll put the platform up in the air a little bit. I'm gonna add Larry still. Researcher's name already exists. What are you talking about? Talking about the room name? Because it doesn't. I called it Leap 8. Not level 8. Leap 10. Okay. So first of all, we're going to get rid of that up there. I'm going to get rid of this. The last two levels, I think I'm just going to do a lot of avoiding. Make it relatively easy. I mean, it's not easy, but it's not complex, is what I mean. And we'll put the platform at the very bottom of this level. So we'll do that. Okay. Like I said, this is the most tedious part of these kind of levels. It's just the filling in. The last level, I think we're going to do a very similar thing to this. We're going to do a lot of dodging, following and dodging, but we're also going to put a button on the opposite side. Just to be a little bit of an ass. And then once we're done with the 10th level, we'll play test it and publish it to the store. This isn't like a super hard level, it's just the fact that it's tall. Okay, and level 10 finally. Alright, let's do this. First of all, we're going to have to mess with this again. Well, my battery's drained fast. Probably because I have it plugged in 24/7. I'm also recording and stuff too, so. Okay, so what we're going to do here, a little thing here, and then we're going to put a platform there. We'll do this as well, like we did with one of the first levels, and we will put is it this one? I think it's this one. It is. It's this one for the standing up. So what we'll do here, put that there, and then we'll put this Do a little bit of that, that, that. So what we're going to do, actually, we're going to put it down in here, because once the finish flag is touched, you need plenty of space for the text to display and not be skewed by anything. So we'll do that there. That also means we're going to need to add the ball. So we'll go out up here. Actually, my bad. It's got to be probably about there. Just because it has to be above the floor tile here. It'll just go past everything else. And then we'll put Larry again. Okay, that's fine. Alright, and this level is basically the core parts of this level are done. So let's just save the file. And then we will go back and add a bunch of this. We're getting there. We are certainly getting there. The good thing it was at the end of session 2 we had a lot of the core mechanics down in the game. Basically the game was done except for the music and the levels. And a few other things like I showed you at the beginning of this video. Like the timer for ending the game, the action of ending the game, Leap of Faith, a little bit more with that, bug fixes, things like that. But for the most part, it was good to go. It would have worked like that, and then some updates in the future or something. There's one fly. It's just flying around here. I don't appreciate that. Okay, that is all set. So what we are going to do now is we're going to play it. Jump into the Leap of Faith mode. Those levels took longer to make than I thought they would. Oh, I do want to I need to give credit to Folis and myself as well. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. That's the second level. Third level. Now when I do port the game to Android here, I'm not going to go over exactly the details of how to set up the SDKs and everything. That's going to be more of a video for the when I port them. Otherwise, like the entire video with iOS and Android. This is kind of a cool level. I like it. This is a little harder. Oof. Oh, God. I do not want to be a mobile player. It might actually be too hard for mobile. Well, we will have to get a little stuck on that one. I'm going to have to update it in the future, but I'm going to see how it goes. When my roommate gets back, we'll have him bug test it. he'll beta test it. And so this level, this is what, level 8, I think? No, that's 9. This is 10. So 9 to get stuck in the platform a little bit. Alright, I do need to add a little bit more of a platform down there, just so it looks like more of a threat. We don't need to bug test that again, or play that again. Okay, that's fine. That works well. We just need to level 9, whip him up a little bit more. Okay, and then level 10, we need to move this over. Well, first of all, let's do this. What we need to do as well, because you can't see the bottom of the screen. This is the bottom of the screen, actually. So we need to add that there. Okay. So now we can save it, and the only thing left we have to do is credit. So we're going to go / okay. Let's see. It changed its name to Pretzel Hands. Okay. Alright. So underscore Pretzel Hands. We'll custom dimensions. We'll make it say 500 by 500 again, like we did with the text before. Text. Okay. I should probably get back on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter in so long. I don't want to link to my Twitter though, because I don't ever use it. So I'll link to his though. Say art. I'll put his name in there, and his name is Richard. Plech Inger. Alright, that looks alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to put that in the main menu and the main menu copy. I guess we'll put it in the corner or something. Figure it out. Not too worried about that. And what we're going to do is we're going to just... I think we want to use this type of font. Yeah, that's fine. What we're going to want to do is I'm just going to make this a link to his Twitter. So we're going to do that, transparent. Not sure how much hard drive space I have left on here, so I'm just going to put it in this folder. So we're going to make a sprite, we're going to load it. We're going to go to libraries, or this PC. Yeah, I'm almost out of space there. We're going to go to Live videos and art. Credit underscore SPR. Make it an object. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to put it in the main menu. A little bit bigger than I thought it'd be. What we can do is we can make it a little smaller. Put it right up there. Try that. And we're also gonna do is we're gonna delete the main copy room. We're gonna add the and then we're going to duplicate the main again, just so it's in the exact same position. We're getting close to the end here. Looks alright. I'll make it a tiny bit bigger actually, just because his name is skewed a little bit, the B. That should be fine. We'll double check it. But we want to do object, add event, mouse left pressed, and we want to direct it to a website. Not Yo-Yo Games though. That's the developers of GameMaker. His Twitter. Arts and Hands actually. Maybe his website. It's a pretty cool looking website. I'll just link to his Twitter though. So open this up, we'll test that and make sure it looks good. Duplicate the room, save it, convert it to an APK, and then upload it to the Google Play Store. Now, like I said, conversion to the APK, I'm not really going to go over how that works. That'll be in the next video, the video regarding conversions when I get my MacBook, so I can do both platforms. That's good. That works. Okay, so now we're going to do main copy. See what's in here. There's really nothing in here except the music is gone. Yes. So we're going to duplicate that again. We're going to call it main copy. We're going to take out the music. And then when you hit return up here, where is it? I'm going to go back, go to room. Main copy. And then when you hit the win game flag, it's the, okay, it's down over here. When the ball collides with, here we go. And I said there's two instances where it was going to be deleted, and these are the two instances. So that's it, we're good. Game is finished. We're going to save it. We are going to go to Android. We are going to create an export. And we're going to put it in the external hard drive, just to be on the safe side. I've got to clean all this up, make sure that it's it's good, but excuse me. I want to apologize as well for the Session 2 audio quality. I figured out what the problem was. For some reason, OBS Studio, the recording software, I don't know, OBS Studio, just OBS, was recording, it's down over here if you see, recording two of my mics. It was recording this double, so that explains that. Alright, so while that is doing that, we are going to go here. And here is my Google Play. So we're going to go create application. And it's going to be called Levitating Larry 2. Short description. It's good. Alright. Levitating. That's not a lie. I was highly anticipating this game, and I'm kind of saying it ironically, so. I was highly anticipated to see what the Levitating Larry. Okay. It's still compiling. Alright, so this is, I don't like this part. This is never fun. We need screenshots, which is where Canva is going to come into play. High-res icon. It's not exactly high-res. Compile failed. Lint errors. What are lint errors? think I saw what lint is in. My battery is really going down. Under the Android. Let's see. General. Run lint code analysis. That's the only thing here. I saw target SDK is, I believe it's 26. It's supposed to be what it is. Okay. Fix issues identified by lint. Abort on error. False. Abort on error. Okay, so first of all, we can try to not run the lint analysis. So we'll try that first. If that doesn't work, we will do. We will look into the. Well, actually, we'll still do that. Okay, so we're gonna look up. The second time you compile should be faster than the first, in theory. Come on, PC, you can do it. God, this is taking a while. Oh, don't even need to do that. Build successful. Compile failed. How does it... Okay, it looks like... Okay, it looks like the build was successful. Yeah, build was successful. What happened was it was just trying to run it on a device hooked up to the computer, which there isn't one, obviously. Alright, so we need a few things here from Canva. So first of all, we need a high-res icon, so we'll have to change dimensions to 512 by 512 on this. And what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything that's in here. We're going to go back in here. We're going to go to Windows. We're going to run it, and we're going to get some screenshots of it, and then put it into Canva, and it resizes it for us automatically, with very little quality loss in my experience. So it looks pretty good still. Pictures are the most annoying part of uploading to the any store, really. Okay, well first of all, we are going to want to screenshot this. Alright, screenshot it again, another one. I better plug it back in. I'll plug it back in, okay. We still need a main character, main look for him. Which I guess can just be this. Alright, so we'll go over here, we'll go to uploads, add this to the uploads, elements, grids. It's relatively low res actually. We'll use this, I guess. And it's, I believe it's it wants a JPEG, I think. JPEG or, oh, okay. Doesn't make a difference. Feature graphic. Looks okay. Alright, so we need one that's 1024 by 500. $1024 by what? By 500. This has to be the feature graphic, so that's boring. That can work. I wonder if I could just upload the way those are. Let's see. Alright, well, let's make this by 800 instead. Oh yeah, 1500 by 18800. I want that one at least, and then another one. We should get some more of the game, say level 2 or 3, or not level 2 or 3, further on. I think that's alright. There we go. Okay. That's good. Alright, so I want to do like 4 total. Actually, over here. That works fine. Good. So we'll do one more of this mode, and then we'll do
Here's what I've got on Ode to Sleep by 21 Pilot.
what? I'll go Leap of Faith. I don't think I'm going to be able to jump in like real quick and do in midair. It's not a big deal though. Trying to find something, platform. Well, I know one of the levels have got like a platform in the middle. Hey, this is perfect. I'll just sit up there. Yeah, big thing with uploading is just the screenshots, but it's also important to know how like the sizing works and stuff too, which is why I'm going over all this. Haven't had my morning coffee yet. I feel awake after recording this. Okay, that's good. I never even told Richard Follis, the art person, that I was making a second one, so he'll be interested, happy to see his work being used, I'm sure. Oh, we already did that one, didn't we? don't know where that is. Not a big deal. Let me go to downloads. Means or 1 and 2 must be it. No, 2 and 3. Yeah, 2 and 3. Okay, so we'll add that. All right, that's not a big deal. All right, that's good. Application types of game. We'll call it adventure game. There's no website. That's my email address. Content rating. Oh, okay. App releases. And manage production. Create release. Secures your app using Google's security. Generally, I think it's secure. It's not connected to the. I mean, there's nothing really internet related, but I'm gonna guess. Alright, so we're going to go to local disk. APK is right there. Alright, so I've got to sign it with a new key, which I didn't think about. Oh, I forgot we're in game. Alright, so we're going to go to resources, global game settings, Android. Actually, maybe it's not under Android. No, it's not under here. I'm going to go to File, Preferences, and Android. So, I'm pretty sure you have to generate a new key store. That way, it has a new code than the last game you made. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up a notepad. We're going to save this. Okay. Excuse me. God. We're going to go to Android again. We are going to create another one. We'll just place that. And once that's done, shouldn't take as long this time because it happened once already. And what we're going to do is upload the APK. Now, the images are the hardest part, and once that's done, it's this part that's a little annoying sometimes. This should be fine. Last time I wasn't designated my APK. Wasn't. Let's see if I can get in the menu right now. the target release platform, the API, I believe. The target SDK. I believe they changed it recently to needs to be at least targeted to 26, I think, or 25, something like that, just because of privacy policies and security policies updating soon. So that's why I targeted to 26. Yeah, error because it's not connected again, so not a big deal. We'll upload this again. Hopefully this works. We're gonna this is our internal code name for it, so okay, perfect. What's new in this release? Nothing. it's the first version, so it's gonna be initial game release. Okay. So we're gonna review it. That's fine. That's fine. Start production. Okay, we can't start the rollout until we have the pricing and the content set up. Okay, this is a game, of course. No violence, no fear, there's no sexuality, no gambling, no profane language, no, and no, you can't buy anything, no, it's not a physical address, interact or exchange code with other users, no, purchase, no swastikas in Levitating Larry. And no terrorism either. Unless you count witchcraft. Does the game allow you to purchase digital goods? No. I'm not sure if I can change that in the future. I don't think I'm going to add anything to that, but I do think I'm going to have advertisements in the game. But I'm not sure. Okay, apply rating. Okay, the game is going to be free. Yeah, I know. It's gotta be free. I don't like paid for games. I wouldn't play it. Plus, it's a very small game. Primarily directed toward... No, because if it is, you have to have a privacy policy, and I don't have one, so... If yes, you'd be able to see the ads label on your application. That's right. No, it does not, but I think I can change that. I hope I can, because I do want to add them. Advanced managed school such as the absolute older students. Manage Google Play. No, do not promote any meets interest content. Yes, and yeah. All right. So now we're going to go back to app releases. I'm going to go down here and, oh, where is it? I'm going to go to manage release. It's ready to publish. How do we go about publishing? I forgot how. Okay, you go under manage releases, I was right. You're going to go to, I think, edit release, review, and then start rollout. There we go. Alright, Levitating Larry 2 will be live shortly on the Google Play stores. Coming to a store near you. And it's great. I might add advertisements in the future. I might do that with the video as well when I do the exports and everything. But, so in this, right now it's pending application, but publication. But by the time these videos are live on Live.edu, the game will be live. So you can go out there and play it yourself. I will attach the Game Maker Studio file in the project. So what this is for the means for you is you can mess around with it on Windows and Android if you want to as well. Thank you very much for watching. What we did in this session was we recovered all the information stuff we lost with the corrupted file. Swear to God, it's corrupted again. And then what we're going to do is, or we did, sorry, is we have it get 5 more levels for Leap of Faith. Went over all the details of how it works and everything, and we upload it to the Google Play Store. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all in the next project. Have a great day. Hello everyone, my name is Jacob Zoll, and we are back at it with our 2D adventure game in GameMaker Studio, Levitating Larry 2. Now, you'll notice from the other videos this camera is a little bit different. I have a new setup now with the keyboard, mouse, and monitor here, and my laptop over here with the webcam. So, it'll be a little different. I'll be focusing over here. So, we're gonna add a little bit more to our game. I know in this third session I did say that that was pretty much the end of the game. That's it. But we are going to add a little bit more to it. We are going to add a second mode to the game instead of the normal mode or Leap of Faith. We're going to have a third one, which I think will just have the normal rooms elongated, just to add a little bit more variety, a little more of a challenge in there. So, we're going to launch the game here, and we are going to just play a little bit and see how it works. Well, just to recap, I mean, that's really what we're doing. Alright. So what I did to try to get the mobile version to work, which by the way isn't working, I removed from the store, is I took off the left and right arrow key events. I thought that was causing an issue. It wasn't, but I thought it was. So we're going to go back here. We're going to make the key press left. Do all this again. Left. Speed of 4. We'll try that. I don't remember what we had it set as before. Okay, and then we're going to... Oh, my bad. We're going to change this to... Key press, right? We're going to copy this event, paste in here. Same thing over here with the press left. Okay. Now we're going to have key release for both of them. Key release left, stop, and the same thing for key release right. Okay, so that should work just fine. Test it out. The speed needs to be higher. I think it was 6 or 7 or something before. Let's make it 8, because that's really slow. And then press right, make that 8. It's 9, oops, 8, oh, it's 9 again. Okay, 8, and 8. Make sure this is all looking fine. Yeah. Alright. Just check something real quick as well. Make sure the resolution being upgraded with this bigger monitor. make sure that it's just legible. Okay, just making sure that it's all there, easy to read, not too big or anything, or too distorted with the resolution being low. Alright, so just to recap, here's, you know, level 1, level 2. We have all the sound effects and everything already added. There's a sound effect there as well, but I believe that's a little quieter. There is only like 10 levels, I believe, so. I have the timer that falls down from over here. Back to my menu. Alright, so overall it's a very simple... I don't know why I launched that twice. It's alright. Okay, so we are going to jump in here and we are going to create another folder. Create group. Actually, no, my bad. We don't want to create a group. We want to create... It's a group. What is this exactly? How do we make this? Yeah, I guess it's the group. So we'll name this extended play. Put it out here. Alright, so we're going to... We'll duplicate one of the Leap of Faith rooms because the views are already set up. We're gonna have a bit of editing to do with this mode though, with this room. So we are going to want to check out the views. Stops around here, which is about 736. This is a height we're gonna make 736. And then the length we're going to make, or the width we're going to make, probably, I don't know, 5,000. Make it a bit bigger of a room. Take a little bit of time for us to build, but just like all the other rooms, once we get through the first room, it should be pretty easy because we'll use the first room as a template for the other rooms afterwards. Now, in theory, you could leave all this out of the room like this, but if you keep doing that a lot, it will make the game slow down a lot. I mean, over time, obviously, like these little bits of images, sprites, 32 by 32, are not gonna do too much to the game. But over time, they could, if you do that a lot. Just slow it down, and that's not something you want to happen in your game. What's this? This is gravity. We want to keep that. We'll move Larry down over here. Now the fun part. So now we have to build this all around. And you know what we can do actually? Wait. Nope. Not what I meant to do there. But these little... We can do that. It's gonna look terrible, but this is also doesn't need to look great. It's just on the outside of the room. We have to have a little bit of images outside the room just so. Actually, we don't even do that on the bottom. My bad. Just on the top because we are gonna have items in the room on the bottom. Same thing over here. Actually, we need some on the outside over here because of that. Okay, so we're gonna make them. We'll drop them down a little bit over there. For now, let's do this. Just kind of outline the bottom of the level. I mean, this is a lot actually, so we can delete a lot of this. So we put the restart blocks down there. All of this like a little rest kind of area at the beginning of the level, just to for it to sink in what's going on. And then we can start doing a little bit more over here once we get over here. Like, so the first level, we just want it to be kind of like a base of what's going on. We don't want it to be super complex. We just want it to be there. We just want the idea to be there, that this is how the level's going to work. We just want to tell the player that they are going to have to go through this on each of these levels. Basically, this is what extended play means, is what we want to share with the player. We want a little higher than that, just because we don't want the player to be too frightened. Frightened isn't the right word, but we don't want the player to think this is going to be too complex right away. We want ease into it a little bit, and then the second or third level we'll jump in and throw some harder stuff. And we'll go up a little bit here and go down again. It's a very artsy thing when you do level design, because you could kind of just do whatever you want and build around it, at least in like platformers like this. Not in every game, of course, but the majority game. I mean, obviously making games is an art in itself. So that is definitely part of it. I'll do this lastly over here. I'll put the next level flag down there. And we'll test it out, make sure it plays right with the whole level design. And the views, that's really the big thing we need to make sure works. The level design's gonna be fine. I mean, especially if you watch the other videos, you're gonna know that this is fairly easy to complete these games. Or not these games, but these levels. Sorry, if you also see my videos before, you know that I have trouble talking while I'm like doing level design and stuff. Alright. Let's do that. Look a little nicer. Okay. We'll put the finish flag over here, but let's actually go do this first. And we'll delete these out of here. And we'll go to 1-to-1, snap, and the finish flag right over here. Because we also need to do 1-to-1 to move Larry closer to the floor. Okay. That's fine. That needs to go in extended play. And we're going to call this extend one. Extend. Yeah. So we are going to have to go into Canva and do the same thing we did with the buttons last time. What we did with that is we have the button, like the jump button here. We need to make this text say extended play. There we go. Ooh, okay. Let's see what we can do here. So what happened was I don't actually have premium anymore for Canva right now. So the reason why we need the premium for Canva is we need the transparency, as you see here. But what we can do in theory is we can go to the backgrounds, go to normal, and let's see what color this is. We might be able to background, document color. I'm not sure if there's a way we can just convert this background to red, green, and blue. There should be a way that we can convert this color into one of these. Like this. Okay, the red is 104. Green is 84. Blue is 60. 2264. Saturation. Dynamic clearance. Okay, so we can use this then in theory. And that should work. It doesn't look like exactly the right color. Looks a bit dark, but we'll try it. So we'll go to sprites, call this extend play button underscore SPR. We're gonna load sprite, go to place we've saved, which is in the downloads folder. Okay, we're going to object extend play button underscore obj. Grab that sprite, add event, mouse, left pressed, and we'll make it go to a level going to start with extended play, extend 1. Alright, so now we have to move it into this room and see if it works. It does, perfect. Actually works perfectly. Try 32 by 32. All right, and that's I guess it's one way to get around the transparency issue in Canva. Oh, that is showing up there. That's not good. And it's gonna error because I know it's the next level, which is the next folder here. Okay, so we need to fix that. I didn't realize. Oh, it is out of the room. I guess the view makes it so you can still see it. Not a big deal. We'll just fill it in with the things here. Then we'll duplicate the room and start a new one. Probably make 5 levels for now. In this game mode. Alright, so we're going to duplicate this, call it extend 2. So now we are going to, we'll start Larry at the same place this level. We'll change this up a bit though. Probably won't change that around too much. This whole area. We will add to it, but we won't change it in itself. I do kind of want to put this up here though, the flag. A little more difficult that way. Alright, so we're going to do that. We're going to start like this. What are you doing, GameMaker? What are you doing? We have to move this back sign here, this back arrow to the main menu, because right now it's going to not completely be flush with the restart blocks, so it's not going to look great. So we're going to move this out down here. We'll put some stuff over it. And okay, well, that's awkward. We're gonna have to move it, say, here. We'll just do 1, 1. That doesn't look good. Okay, well, that sucks. We can't really go back at all. Well, I don't understand why the back function isn't there. Oh man, GameMaker. We'll just move it over here. Leave it right there. It's fine. Not a big deal. Make this a bit shallow. Actually, no, it won't. We'll just build it up like that. Nothing wrong with that. Then we will do this. Sorry, just making sure my volume is off my phone in case it goes off. You're right near the microphone, so. Alright, so now there we go. We just designed this right into that, so we don't have to change that much in this level. Overall, we do have to fill this in down here and change this up a little bit so it doesn't look the same. Make it a little higher, like that. Even out a little bit like that, perfect. Alright, to fill these in, put a flag down, and make another level. Then we'll test all three. Okay, here we go. Sorry, and this is a very bit of a tedious process. I say that thing in every video I make, but it really is tedious every single time. Alright, so this is a little harder of a level. Maybe we'll try it just to see how, if it's 100% possible, so we don't have to edit all this too much. Alright, let's jump in here. Turn the volume up a little bit so we can hear the music still. almost there. This one's me a little harder. The thing about extended play as well is if you die, you gotta go back to the very beginning of each level, which is a bit bigger than the other levels, so. Even bigger than the, well, I think it's about the same size as the Leap of Faith levels, but it's a little more time consuming, a little harder to do. Because then you do Leap of Faith and you just have to drop down. So that's the gist of it. We've got extend 1, extend 2. This needs to be filled in. And there's one block over here we can delete. Yeah. Okay, that's good. I'll go extend 3. Actually, these are bigger than the Leap of Faith game modes, just because I think the other ones were at 3,000, but this one 3,000 in width, in height. I mean, and this one is 3,000 or 5,000 in width, in width. So it's a little confusing, but overall, it's not that difficult. It's just, time consuming and tedious. Okay, so that is it for this part. In the next part, we will continue with the levels. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, everybody. My name is Jacob Zoll, and we are back at it today with our 2D adventure game. We're going to be continuing our creation with our extended play level set. So we have 3 levels done already. So we're going to create probably 2 more in this video. Maybe a little bit more. We'll see how that goes. But really the goal here is to add a little bit more. We already have the extended play button in the main menu here as well. And we already have everything going for that. So let's just start right off, jump right into extended 4. And we are going to have to delete most of this level because we're going to have to create new stuff in it. So we do want it to look a little bit different, so we are going to delete a lot of this right here. It's got to look a little bit new. I'm going to delete Larry, and we're going to put Larry up over here somewhere. I think one of the best ways to probably go about these levels as they're longer is we want to kind of build it as we go. But another way we could do is just delete everything and completely recreate it. So that's probably what I'm going to do, just because it's easier like that. Not easier, but it's more articulate. A little more attention to detail, like that. Now, I think I've said this before in my videos, but I wish there was a way you can mass um, highlight a bunch of objects and delete everything at once. That would be very helpful. But that is okay. But it's not a feature. Excuse me. Okay, so we're getting there. Slow and steady wins the race. That's what happens with these videos. They take the longest, the extended play levels, I mean, take the longest to develop because they're just time consuming to erase and create, really. It's not even the ideas for each level, it's the deleting and creating of each level. Well, we're almost there. We're halfway done now. Okay, here we go. Alright, so we're going to start creating this level now. We probably won't delete everything on that side. We'll probably just move it around a little bit. So that way time passes a little bit faster. Okay, so we're going to give Larry a little platform to stand on this time. Here we go. Now, a big thing with making games, like I said in previous videos, is level design. Level design is a huge thing in games. If you have bad levels, it's not going to be good. So we'll leave them up there for now. It's not a big deal. We are going to want to make this a little difficult for them. So we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Let's go a little bit lower. And we're also going to go like this. We're going to fill this in up here as well. We're going to cut through down over here. Just kind of outlining the level as I go, so it's a little easier to follow along with when we actually go and fill everything in. Coloring within the lines, as they say. Okay, so we're going to delete all that. And we're going to put that down there. Put the flag down here. Okay, we're going to do 1-to-1, move the flag down there. Okay, and then while we're at 1-to-1 ratio, while we're 1-to-1 snap, we're going to move Larry closer. We'll let gravity do the rest. Back 32. And now the fun begins again. And what we're going to be doing over here is we're just going to add like a little fake floor, just so player gets psyched out a little bit. Probably won't fool everybody, but hopefully fool a few people on the first try. Sorry, it's 5 a.m. here. I've been up all night working on projects and things, so. I had an energy drink, but it's starting to wear off, I think. So. Probably get through half the day and take a nap or something at some point. But for now, just making this game top of my priority list. Okay, so now it's about halfway done with the level again. You know, really what I should have done, we'll do this now. So we're going to check mark it, and we're going to duplicate it and leave it like that. That way it's at least somewhat deleted. What we should have done was, when everything was deleted, we should have duplicated the room, just so that was already done instead of having to do it again. But, you know, should have, would have, could have, doesn't matter now. We'll probably make that level similar-ish to this again. And I think the 5th level will be the last level. In this game mode. In this game mode. So we will see. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna last level's the last in this game mode, just because these are so tedious to make. We don't need a ton of these levels because they are so long. 5 is fine. This level's gonna have no break, start to finish. Okay, so now we're going to go to the fake blocks, fake floor, and we're going to make this long. The problem with this is that I'm not sure, I don't think you can actually see. I think Larry goes behind it, not in front of it. So we'll have to see how that works. We might not include that part. The level's hard enough as it is. Okay, so we'll see. But that is a decent level. So now we're going to go to... excuse me. Probably should have done that a little away from the mic. Left mouse button and shift. Huh, interesting. Alright, so we're going to create one more level here, and this will be it. We'll leave Larry where he is, be a little lazy there. You know, we are going to be even lazier. We're going to delete that level. I only have 4 levels. Which means we're going to go delete this flag, go back to 1-to-1, and win game flag. Cool. So we're going to put this at the very beginning of the extended play game mode, just so we test it out. I have it set up so when you go to the extended, it automatically gets you on the first extended room level. That makes sense. I guess we'll play him. I don't have a choice. Or we could put it as the main room, as the main level right before the main room. This game is kind of like a carpal tunnel simulator on the keyboard. If you don't switch up your hands. I've been using my right hand to like type and stuff all day, so more than my left and my righty, so. This is level 2. I wonder what level 3 is like. I forgot. Looks very similar. Is it the same? Did I just duplicate the level and not change anything about it? I'll check in a second. If so, we'll just delete it and have 3 levels. Oh. We'll check it out now. Yeah, it's the same level. I mean, just about. No, it is. It's the same level. Wow, okay. We'll call this extended 3. And we'll close out the game here. And we'll make that before the main menu. That way we can just start playing right away. Just make sure recording's fine. Okay. No music, yeah. Oh, you can see yourself. That's fine then. There we go. Except, oh right, there's no timer. Where is it? Where's the timer? Ball. Ball fall. And the ball, I forgot what it collides with. The ball, where is it? Collides with normal floor. Which that doesn't happen over here, so we have to move it over here. Does gravity, I think, affects that? Yeah. Okay. So that works out well. So our extended play is done now with 3 levels, which is perfectly fine. Just kind of an example of another game mode. So that is it for this session. It's a pretty relatively short session. For the next session, we'll have another game mode. And then we'll be done with the project. actually this time. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. Hello everybody, my name is Jake Bazal, and we are back here making another video of another game mode in our 2D adventure platformer game, Levitating Larry 2. So, last video, what we did, last session, was create an extended play, where we added a little more levels to that, finish that game mode. So in this one, pretty simple, we are going to create another game mode with all the main levels the same way they are. That'll be easy. Except we're going to have lives, so 3 lives for each level. So first, we're going to need to create a new button. So we're going to call this Life Play, with the same background as the previous one. Okay, that's going to be done downloading in a second. So we're going to create a new sprite, call it Live Play, Life Play. Life Play underscore SPR. I'm going to load the sprite, go to our downloads folder, which is where it has been saved. But that didn't save. Come on, Canva, save it, please. Unsaved changes. Okay, download. Okay, there we go, Life Play. So create a new object called Life Play underscore OBJ. Use that SPR. So we're going to create a new folder here. Call it Life Play. We're going to bring it out here. So we're going to copy each of these rooms. Life 1. Move it into there. So do that for each of these. Life 2. Life 1, Life 2. Actually, no, we're going to do, let's see, what level is this? Level 5. We're going to start level 6, because that's when Larry gets his cape. Life 1. Level 7. Life 2. 8. And last but not least, 10. Life 10. Oh no, Life 5. Okay. Okay, perfect. So now we are going to create a new we're going to create a new main character. Duplicate main main life OBJ. Excuse me. So we are going to be changing main character out each of these levels to main life OBJ instead of main OBJ. Because we do need to assign main life OBJ a certain limited number of lives. we need to draw them on the level somewhere. So this isn't going to be hard to do. It's going to be pretty easy. Just follow along. A little higher than that. Okay. So we're going to create a new object without a sprite called life play. Lives underscore obj. We're going to add event. We're going to draw, and we're going to draw lives. Set lives to, no, actually, sorry. We want to draw the lives, not set them. So we want to draw the lives. Let's say main life underscore obj dot x main life underscore obj dot y minus 32. So for main life, we want to create, and we want to give him 3 lives. So when it hits the restart floor, I'm going to go to move here, and we'll go to jump to start. And then also set lives relative to -1. And then also other, no more lives. Then we're going to play the death sound and bring it back to the main menu. And that should work out fine. We just have to make sure we put the life play lives in each of these rooms. Actually, yeah, we'll try this for now. What might happen is it might make it so that the lives keep reset after each level, which wouldn't be a terrible thing. That could be a feature, but we'll see if we can fix that before we just decide it's a feature. Okay, so the life play button, we're going to left click, left pressed, going to play a sound of menu button sound, and then it's going to bring us to life play life 1. So we're going to go to main menu, 32 by 32. Move Larry over a bit. Okay, and we're going to go life play. We'll try to move those a little more centered. It'll be hard to do that, but that should be centered. Alright, that looks fine. Okay, so let's jump right in here. And make sure this works. Okay, so one of the problems here immediately is the main life. Out of health, no more lives. We want to go to main copy first of all. Second of all, we want to give gravity also to main life. 271. Okay, I've got a new idea. Instead of doing life play like that, what we're going to do is main life, delete that, no, we're going to keep that. So except create, and we're going to set the lives to 1. And no more lives. Go to our main copy. Yeah. So if he dies once, game over, basically. So you got to restart everything. It's only 5 levels, so it's not a big deal, but the challenge is there. Right. I forgot I've added these meta levels since then. So all this is a copy, so duplicate, call main copy. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we're going to change this to main copy. Let's take the music. Alright, so now we're going to have to go to, where's the back button? Back button, go to room, main copy. So there's 3 resources to find to this. So main, here's the second one, goes to room, main copy, yes. And then is it the ball? Yeah, normal floor goes to main copy. Okay, bye. Yeah, that works. Okay, so it's just a 1 life gameplay. Playing this game at hard mode. Just make sure we get through this, and then to make sure, test it, that it still works at the end. There isn't the back button here for some reason, but it's not a big deal because if you die once, you go to the main menu anyway. This is it. Imagine playing life mode on Alright, so imagine playing life mode on the extended play. No thank you. Alright, so we're gonna have win game flag, duplicate, win game, life underscore OBJ. Okay, so we're gonna have the main life collide with win game life. And that's fine. So now we just have to go to life 5 and change this. All the other characteristics should be the same. It's just that's not main OBJ, so it didn't work. And that should be fine. So our game is finished now, properly finished. We have multiple new game modes. I'll save the game now. Multiple new game modes. We have extended play, we have life play, and leap of faith along with our main game mode. So you can go and just start, play the story, probably write story, but that's fine. Leap of faith, extended play, or life play. All goes back to the main menu too. All works with the music too. It's great. So this game is pretty solid now. So thank you very much for sticking with this series of videos, this project, and I hope you enjoyed and learned something. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to message me on Skype or message me on LiveEDU. Thank you very much and have a great day.